Hello, 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 hello. I am your androgynous android game show host from the future, Caster. This is the Neon Caster Twitch channel, and I am sorry for being late. Sorry to keep you waiting. It turned out that, when you prepare previously to go live and you go set up a whole bunch of stuff. Hey, good afternoon, Rick. Good afternoon. I hope you're doing well. You go and set up a whole bunch of stuff and you're like, yeah, we've got time. Excellent. I'm going to go and spend my time playing a playlist of music for me to listen to while we're live today. And then that ended up taking up all of my headspace. And then by the time we were like 2 minutes from live, I'm like, oh my God, there's a whole bunch of other bits and pieces I need to sort before we can go. But we are here. We are slightly rushed. We're slightly messy, but we are here. But to be honest, slightly rushed and slightly messy is incredibly appropriate today because we are doing some kit bashing for a little tabletop RPG called Cyborg. The, I guess, spiritual sequel, I suppose, to Morkborg. I have a copy of Morkborg, and I didn't actually prepare to have it on screen. Hold on a second. You can tell that I'm really prepared this afternoon. Hold up. It's back here. Where are you? Okay, there you are. The physical version of Cyborg is not available yet. The digital version came out a couple weeks ago, but I do have a physical copy of the first book, Morkborg, very famous for its quite elaborate neon interiors, which is what made me actually go get a physical copy of it. I was like, I want to go and see this book's really unique approach to kind of like layout design and graphic design. It is definitely unique and very striking. Waiting for the physical Morkborg copy, and you're very, very hyped. Oh yeah. Have you played Morkborg before, Rook? I suppose we should probably talk a teeny bit about what Morkborg and Cyborg are as games before we get to crafting. But yeah. Morkborg is kind of it is part of the OSR. Which is essentially a tabletop RPG design art movement that stands for Old School Renaissance or Old School Revival. Basically making rules light, quick and dirty style systems where combat and death are very central to the nature of those games. There is usually less in the realms of kind of like social roles, but more in the realms of fighting and surviving, but with room to be very improvisational in said combat. But yes, one of the big things about OSR is that dying is very, very likely, and Morkborg kind of takes that to an extreme, based on, I think, like sludge and black metal albums. It is all about being grimy, filthy, and wretched, and then dying anyway. And I actually did not get on with it very well at all. I have played it before. My a good friend of the channel, Tom, did a stream of it. Actually, we did a one shot of it on the channel called Under a Cage Star. He did a whole bunch of kind of like sci-fi setting and mechanics remixing of the base game, and the things that I really enjoyed about that session was all the sci-fi stuff, the actual kind of like core nature of what Morkborg is didn't actually gel with me super well, interestingly enough, because if you know me and you know the games that I've streamed or participated in, they are very much about they're non-fantasy settings for one thing, but also they are very social heavy and combat light. It is generally leaning in favor of the success of the players, and death is incredibly rare. So, it kind of caught me by surprise because Morkborg is so different to that. It's almost the entire opposite of what I would generally approach in a tabletop RPG. So, it's maybe strange, maybe strange that I was so interested in Cyborg as as a system that is grounded in the same thing. Oh, also, Morkborg is very gross on purpose. When I was describing it as filthy, violent, and wretched, it's sort of its own words. The filthy part is definitely of equal value on the other two. There's lots of magical side effects of things that can happen to your character that make you gross and smelly and decaying, and I find I'm grossed out really easily as well, and I'm not one for toilet humor, so that part of things made me go like, oh no, I don't actually like that. So even though the game is really, really pretty and is I think a probably easiest way to get into the genre of OSR, it wasn't my jam. But then Cyborg came around. The cyberpunk theming already does a lot, I guess, personally for me. I really enjoy cyberpunk as a genre. Cyberpunk is my favorite genre, and I was genuinely really interested to see how Morkborg as a system would convert to and work for the format that is. With the book having come in, it's actually quite interesting how they managed to square that circle, doing a couple things. One, it's less inherently like gross. I think it still leans really heavily in on the body horror, but the body horror isn't in the same breadth as like toilet humor. It goes a different path, and I think it sits a lot better with what I prefer. Even though it is just as lethal as Morkborg, it starts off with the statement that you are all underclass citizens pushing back against a world that is hostile to you, which is the part of cyberpunk that I find really interesting and personally enjoy. So it ended up in terms of like subject matter kind of hitting where I wanted to go as well. It's still just as lethal, and lethality in this kind of thing is not something that I normally handle, so I still don't know how I would feel about that if I was kind of playing it directly, but we're here to learn, we're here to try lots of new systems. Part of being, hey, good morning to you, Sheila. Hello, Shayla. How you doing? Hope you're having a good morning. Cup of coffee, getting cozy. We're just talking a little bit about what Morkborg is, how Cyborg is different to that, and how it sits with me. To summarize, I didn't like Morkborg very much because it does a lot of things that are not in my personal interest wheelhouse. And Cyborg is doing some very slightly different things that sit better with me, and I am more, I think, willing to engage with it than what Morkborg does. I'm yet to actually go and play Cyborg properly. I'm kind of looking forward for an opportunity to do that. There might be a sequel to the Morkborg one-shot we streamed a year or two ago in Cyborg. I think that might be a fun thing to do. I'll go talk with Tom about that. But yeah. Very, just here's my thoughts on Cyborg. Sure. Actually, let's go and... Oh, am I capitalizing it backwards? I thought the CY was in caps and the Borg was in lowercase, but maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was wrong the entire time. Well, it's too late now. Shit. Actually, maybe I can go fix that. Yeah. I do find that I will be. I think I'm more willing to go and engage with a system that is specifically talking about us pushing back against a system that's hostile. That's something that I'm really excited about doing and being, and I like cyberpunk games that actually specifically make note of that, because it is actually distressingly uncommon for cyberpunk media, not necessarily cyberpunk tabletop RPGs. I think it's a bit more common in this sphere, but there's a lot of cyberpunk media in general that leans really hard on the cyber and not really much on the punk. Like the rules for the game is probably not that hard and fast on the capitalization. Yes, but the search algorithms require me to go get it right, you know what I mean? So yes, I am really interested. It seems to lean really hard on the punk in a way that's different from some of the other cyberpunk games that I've played or seen in the past. Cyberpunk Anarchy leans on it in a different way. Misspent Youth leans on the punk in a different way. The Sprawl leans on the punk in a different way. So to that end, yeah, Really interested to see and experiment with how it plays with punk. Also because I kind of collect cyberpunk tabletop RPGs. I want it for my collection. It needs to go on the shelf with all the others. That's just how it needs to be. So yeah, really willing to engage with that. I like how all the kind of body horror corruption-y stuff can still be beautiful in a way. I think that's my favorite type of body horror that is simultaneously beautiful and terrifying. In fact, it is one of the inspirations for the Kitbashed we're doing today. Looking through, there's like I will probably refrain from posting spreads from the book on stream. I don't know how they feel about that. I don't know. It's not necessary. But there's like a page of various nanotechnology infestations that you can have happen to you, and one of them is just you erupt into crystals, and like, that's sick. I love that. In the very short period of time that I actually played Dungeons and Dragons as opposed to other tabletop systems, I was playing a glamour college bard whose inspiring presence was various types of beautiful body horror. And I think one of my favorites was a gigantic like amethyst crystal erupting from their mouth, larger and larger and larger, until the entire top of their head had been removed and all that remained was their lower jaw free hanging. And I'm like, yes, great, beautiful. Come Go Tavern says, weirdly, Death in Space feels less lethal than Morkborg and Cyborg, so I wonder if there's some crunch that could be bad, or at least just a vibe. Yeah, maybe. I think one of the things, and I'll talk about it as we go, as I've read through the book, and you know, there's a lot of beautiful destruction that goes on in it, and a thing that I think I might want to have as a mechanic if I was to go and run anything in it, and I may want to actually, is I think some kind of last hurrah effect. Borrowed, or just a vibe. Yeah, some crunch that could be borrowed, maybe. Maybe the survivability is, and actually, we'll you know what we'll do? We'll go to craft. We'll go to crafting. We'll talk about what we've got here, and then I'll get into my thoughts about how we can go in between. You know, that sounds good. Let's do that. Spelling is suffering. You're good. All right, let's switch over. Okay. What we are going to do is that I have a playlist of jams, and you are going to go and tell me how loud or quiet they are against my voice, and we can navigate that. So let's start with this. Ooh, that is definitely loud to my ears. Let's hit that about here. Right. We have background tunes. Do let me know how that balances against my voice. Oh, actually, let's go and cover some little bits and pieces of what I've been painting recently and what I've been finishing, because that's something that I'm kind of like, oh, I finished these, yeah, I'm happy about them. So, good volume, excellent. So, there are two minis from the Monster Battle Club. Let me know if the volume is better or worse, so we can kind of nudge it from there, but this seems to be reasonable. Monster Fight Club, there we go. Their Cyberpunk Red mini line that I've recently finished. There is this kid with a spray can. I had finished the mini for a while, but I hadn't done the base, so I've recently kind of painted up the base. I am very, very happy with how the discarded newspaper came out. Really happy with that. So this is now fully finished. And we also have this augmented rollerblading teen with a laser katana with a base that I've also painted in the same style, with a kind of open manhole cover. The black in the manhole cover is actually Stuart Semple's Blackest Black 2.0, the one that's like super matte, so it appears darker than it would otherwise. It needs a second coat. This is just one coat, and I need to do a second coat to make it darker. But it reads a little better, like you can't see the bottom, which I quite like. Agenda TBH. Yeah, no, these, I really like these sculpts. I really like these sculpts. They've turned out quite well. So I'm really glad that I finished these two. There's a whole bunch of Cyberpunk Red minis that I have, and some of them are more complicated than others. These two kids were actually reasonably easy to paint, and I think some of the other minis are a bit more detailed, so they're going to be a bit more... The Black 2.0 and 3.0 line, yeah. From like reviews that I've seen, Black 3.0 is so matte it almost has like a flocked, velvety texture to it, and apparently it can absorb detail a little bit, so I got the 2.0, which doesn't have that effect. But I'm really looking forward to using the 2.0 more, depending on how we go with kit bashing this mini today. If we manage to do it without using any green stuff so we can actually paint it this session, I'm really looking forward to using some of the Black 2.0 of that for really, really dark recesses in the mini. Another thing I finished, me and my partner have both gotten into Marvel Crisis Protocol. So I have painted up a Gambit. That is a little loud in my ears. Please stop. There we go. Not as loud now. And actually, I can probably dip it a little here as well. There we go. That should probably do it. This Gambit I recently finished painting. Ah, thank you. I am very, very happy with the energy effect, which is both a mixture of doing multiple layers of like magenta up to white, doing a neon kind of like neon pink glaze, and then going over it in like a duochrome reflect, so it is a pink with a gold reflect. The like teal jacket, I did some pin lining with a purple ink, so we've got like really dark recesses on the kind of like belt and on the collar, and then on the boots as well. Really, really happy with how this turned out. I'm very, very happy with this one. The eyes are also in the neon. So actually, hold up. If I get like a black light, if I can do this in a way where it doesn't, you can see that the eyes glow as well. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And finally, in the list of things that I've been working on, I've been revisiting the Necromunda Esches that I did the general painting with before and going in on with more detail. So this is the one that I've been doing the additional bits of detailing. There's been more in the realms of purple washing, so it's more purple in the recesses. The pinks of the armor now has like a highlight in a kind of peachy orange. We have some teal accents to kind of offset, and the gun and this I'm gonna do all the purple guns, and her little cyber deck also have a top coat with a like teal reflect, so it has actually ended up turning out quite nicely. At the end of the stream, I was kind of like, I'm not sure whether I have messed up on the color scheme, whether we've got it there, but I think a mixture of kind of going in on the oranges to make them a bit stronger, doing some more purple in the recesses, just purple washing the entire thing to kind of bring the color palette back in line with each other, and then kind of going back over with layered paint to bring out the heighter details to make the pinks actually pink. I think this has ended up really, really nicely. Of the minis in this range, I think this one was my favorite Kitbash, giving her the katana on the back and her little cyber deck here. Oh, well, we're going to be using this cyber deck piece probably in the mini today as well, because it is very cool and I really enjoy it. This one's been my favorite. And then I'm going to go and paint the base in yellow to match her hair. Each of the minis has a different hair color to kind of tell them apart. So I'll be painting the base in yellow as well, so it can kind of stand out that this is the yellow unit. But those have been the minis that we've been working on as of late, and they've been turning out really well. I'm really happy with them. Okay. Yes. I do manage to finish minis sometimes. It's not just starting them and then forgetting to finish them. I am slowly slaying the grey, as they say. But yes, in terms of what we're kit bashing today, so I visited Element Games, which is the local big hobby store in Manchester. Oh, it's in Stockport, actually. Oh, it's a little... Oh, there we go. Put my hand so we can give it a bit of shading. So this is from the Reaper Bones collection. Reaper Bones usually just do fantasy minis, but they have a small range of like modern and sci-fi minis. And this is like Dark Future Hero Alex or whatever. And I'm like, this is a very ordinary looking guy. This seems like this would be a really solid thing to go and corrupt, to break bits and pieces off, because he's, you know, quite stocky, but his limbs are all very clearly detached from each other. And I can kind of remove bits and pieces of that and attach new things without having to do too much in the way of like filing and grinding to get it down to what it needs to be. So this seemed like a really, really strong pose. I did recently go and buy some of the minis from what's its face? The Judge Dredd miniatures game. I'm fetching them as well. Ooh, this is my little case of like unpainted minis. Because Judge Dredd has a miniatures game. Most of the minis of that are not quite what I would like to run in, because I like using minis for tabletop RPGs as well as potentially for war games. Let's see, where was he? But there was a bunch of like civilian units that seemed really interesting. And this guy, I was also like, ooh, do we customize this guy? But I actually quite liked his sculpt as is. So I think I will just paint him rather than necessarily blinging him out with weird shit. But if you want to do a similar thing, they have an Element Game store there, and you've walked past it at least once a week and never noticed it. Yeah, they tend to be in like warehousey spaces. They tend not to be in really, really big spaces. But at least the one in Stockport is like in the middle of like a warehouse retail parky area. But they do have a wide range of bits and pieces. But yes, so we're going to be using this guy. While I was there, I was looking at their other kind of like kitbashy pieces. There is a brand called Spellcrow, who do conversion parts for Warhammer 40k, in particular conversion parts for Chaos Marines. And they had a whole bunch of parts for like in store they didn't have that many parts for them, but they had like some parts for like Noise Marines, which, if you don't know what those are essentially like glam rock style soldiers with big pauldrons. And so they had like Noise Marine shoulders that have like little speakers on them, and I really like that. I think that's really cool. So we have a selection of those to go and experiment with. We're going to see which one of those fits the mini the most. Some kit bashing parts that I've already used on my Esches were from Anvil Industries. So we have stuff like the hand deck, but also some really weird stuff like sci-fi laser guns, a custom EDM Noise Marine army. Yes. So I in fact went on the Spellcrow website afterwards to see if they had more parts, and they had like a bunch of Noise Marine backpacks, including one of them that was essentially just an exposed vinyl player, and I'm like, oh, that's sick. That's so cool. That's the most Jet Set Radio thing I've ever fucking seen. So I've actually gone and placed an order for a bunch of additional Noise Marine parts, including some like guitars as well. I don't know what I'll use them on. I am always looking to make more kind of like cyberpunk street level people, and I actually really enjoy minis that are of musicians. So we'll be using those on other kit bashing stuff in the future. It might be more cyborg, it might be for something else. I might do them on stream. We'll see when they come in. They also have a range of like cyberpunk heads. I think we're gonna keep this guy looking quite mask. And then I was like, well, I've already built my Necromunda Escher army. So, gang, rather. So I still have sprues with a bunch of shit still here. I could probably stand to make 1 or 2 more minis out of what this has. But I really like the glam rocker boots that the Eschers get. So we'll probably be finding some remaining boots. I think these 2 here. Oh, Special Fusion, hi, hello. Hello, thank you for joining us. Special Fusion says Civ is an astounding artist, voice actor, and tabletop RPG performer who is currently in the actual play Valor Force on the Surprise Round RPG channel. I actually just caught up on the most recent episode today. Y'all are crushing it. Your British accent brings me a lot of joy. But yes. Yeah, thanks. Hi, hello. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Oh, they also did the official artwork for Captain Oromar Vale for the character that I play on Campaign Skyjacks. So just they are all around a red person, and it is a delight to see them. So yes, we have a whole bunch of Necromunda bits and pieces going that we might be able to use, and then also I bought some funky little ghosts a little while ago. I don't actually play this game, but I saw these guys and was like, oh, they're cool. I'm gonna go buy just these guys, and then use them. This little lock head here is so dope. And I'm like, we're using that today. So these sprues have, this is the little lock face. And then we've got a wide variety of chains and locks and all sorts of weird shit. And we're going to see if we can include these as well. So we have pieces. So yeah, let's go and see about what we're going to... Where should we start? Oh, also, yes. Last thing. Well, I actually specifically... Oh, yeah, those cheap, easy-to-build kits are so good for random models. Yeah. It was a little pricey, I think, for that set, but to be honest, they're so unique, I'm not going to find those parts anywhere else. And one of the things I was specifically going shopping for was I wanted, crystals, because I know that is a pretty common material you would put on, big amethyst crystal formations, right, are pretty popular things to put on bases, and I really want crystals to grow out of this guy like he's been corrupted by some weird silicate tourmaline thing. And I wasn't able to find regular gems, but I did find these resin icicles, and they all come in a whole bunch of different sizes, so we might use these. I think we'll probably attach these last. We'll build our mini. This is a little loud. Sorry, let's draw it down. We'll build our mini. And then kind of soft place these. We might need to drill some holes in our minis to put them in properly. But we'll go work with it and see what we get there, right? We're going to experiment. A large part of kit bashing is just kind of I have a rough idea of what I want to do in my head. Make sure when to work safely with resin. We do have our window open. If I need to go and get one of my masks to put on, we'll put our mask on. We don't need no popcorn lungs. No. I think relatively early on when I was working with a resin mini and I was filing it down, and I'm like, why is breathing suddenly hard for... Oh yes, I'm poisoning myself. Oh yes. Whoops. And then I learned my lesson since. That was kind of a miserable time. I was like, why does filing this make breathing difficult? Good God. It wasn't bad when I realized that, oh God, this sucks. I'm kind of like, okay, we need to open windows and put a mask on and everything. We've learned our lesson. We're not choking today. Everybody, we ain't choking today. Shit. But we have a handful of ways that we can start proceeding with our lad here. We can remove his head. We can chop off this gun and turn it into something else. We can go get the big kinky boots and strap them on. Where do we want to start? Where do we want to start? We can put his cyber deck arm on. We can start in a wide variety of ways. So please, chat, tell me, what limb are we removing? What limb are we removing first? Hey, Marshall. Hello. Good afternoon. God, everybody's showing up today. It's delightful that everybody's kind of cyber arm. Okay. We are going to get our like little cyber deck arm and go put it on. Boots with the fur. Okay. Yeah. We're going to go for the arm first, then we'll go for the boots. Absolutely. So I did a little bit of, there's something called like the process of dry fitting, where you just kind of like, oh, are these roughly the same size? Like, does this one? And I fitted these together early, and they make sense with each other. I do need to make sure I get the angle right. That is going to be a bit of a thing. But we're just gonna chop into this lad's arm here. Maybe I kick on the trauma. Okay, hold on. I just realized that instead of using like a Spotify to do my video game music background for today, I'm actually using my own video game music collection. Hey Dre, good afternoon. And I do definitely have the Trauma Center soundtracks. So let's go kick in one of those while we go and do our first incision. That sounds good to me. Trauma Center, where you at? Yes. Ooh, let's start the normal operation. Yes, let's go. So we're just gonna kind of lop this off. Goodbye, foul arm. It was nice knowing you. There's a lot that we kind of need to cut out of this still. The way that actually, let's turn this light off, because then you can get a little bit more contrast. Let's kick up the contrast a little bit. There we go. With this being a fully white mini, being able to catch the detail is a little difficult, but we'll be getting there as we go. Right, where is my craft knife? Let's see here. What are we doing in terms of fit? We need to kind of get this to sit in there a little bit more. Okay. Right. So we're just gonna start. This is soft plastic, cutting away from ourselves, obviously. Actually, I could probably stand to go in with the clippers again to just kind of remove the excess. You're going to see that actually I'm usually quite devil may care when it comes to using clippers. So I will try and not wound myself on stream. I've managed to not significantly harm myself in my previous attempts, but so we're definitely not going to start now. Okay. Yeah, that looks pretty smooth. Let me see if I can. How's this do for fit still? Okay. Right. Gotcha. Let's see. We need to just slice off a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Which is slightly easier to do, not directly in camera, but we'll hopefully this is still visible. Yeah, this is still visible. Turnip 28 was something that Marshall has mentioned, which is a tabletop war game that specifically is all about kit bashing your minis, all about putting your minis together as you go, and making a filthy little guy, which actually fits incredibly well with how regular Morkborg goes, we're going to need to file down the edge of this just a little bit. Just to get that looking flat. If we have to do a lot of filing, we'll get a mask out, but for now we can just hold it reasonably away from ourselves in a well-ventilated room, and we'll be able to proceed nicely. Okay. And then we're gonna, let's see. Do I need to remove the nub? Maybe I can just get away with Let's put a hole in this, actually. Let's put a hole in this. We have a pin vise, hand drill, and we have our set of variously sized drill bits. Taking our biggest drill. What does this do for size? A little smaller than, but that's fine. We can shave down the edge of that. So this is the drill bit that I normally use when I am pinning minis together. It was incredibly fun to make a test mini. I usually paint them all neat and pretty, but it's time to just go to town with dirt and grim paints. Yeah, I definitely understand that. Unfortunately, I am a prissy fancy lad and like painting really kind of clean, bright minis a lot of the time. So I find it really kind of like, why would I want to make my mini look dirty though? Oh yeah, if we were really hardcore, I'd have a Dremel, so like an actual mini hand drill that I can use. But this is just a pin vise, so I can just use it as like a rotating screwdriver kind of deal. But I mean, Cyborg is similarly quite gross, intentionally gross and disgusting, like Morkborg. So I suppose to get with the program, to just kind of get into the vibe of what the Borg games are like, I'm gonna have to be willing to get a little dirty. Man, resin minis drill holes super easy. And we can see the faint hole that drilled in so easily. Usually when we're pinning minis together, so that is drilling a hole in both parts of the limbs and then using like a paper clip to be like an armature when you glue the limbs together. It makes a stronger bond and it's less likely to kind of pop out or apart if it takes damage. Get used to this mini and try using some texture paints. It's like a whole new world. I get you. I suppose I, as a person, am just so much more likely to go and cover my mini in glitter than I am to cover them in grime. You know what I mean? Maybe I just need to let out my filthy side, you know? Just to be a gross little creature. Let's see, what's going to be the easiest way of filing this nub down in a way where we're going to be able to fit it to the mini? We should also do another test fit. I see. I understand. Okay. We might... do I want to do it this way? There's so many ways of approaching this. Okay. Let's... It's a little fiddly, so it's maybe not something I will be able to do on the close camera. But I think I might just chip away at some of the... Actually, I can use the pliers. This is a rough fit, so we don't need to make this neat. We just need to make it so it will fit in the target at hand. Warhammer players magnetize limbs for weapon options. Yes, this is also a very solid option that a lot of people do. Just nibbling away. Just nibbling away at this this limb. Magnets are a really interesting way to go and have that kind of thing happen, because there are certain games where you're going to be upgrading your mini, your army as you go, which if you're doing that, you might not necessarily have what's reflected on your mini on your character. Your character is not going to match your mini anymore. So using magnets for weapon attachments is a great way to be able to square that circle. It is, however, quite a fiddly practice. So sometimes you just go with what they have. It's also, well, you know, I guess I could definitely see like a tabletop RPG people doing something similar. You know, it'd be really neat if your character upgraded with you as you got new like rare items and bits and pieces like that. I could definitely see that. Okay, so I'm gonna need to make this hole slightly wider. Once magnetized a torso for scout, sniper, sergeant options. Oh, yeah, because this carves away really easily. I can just use my hobby knife to go and make this hole wider. And then if it comes to it, I can shave down the end. Oh, that's fitting a lot better now. Okay. That is almost a snug fit. Actually, that fit is pretty damn snug. I quite like that. Okay, sick. Anything else that specifically needs to be done to do that? No. So yeah, we've got, oh gosh, doing this in a way that you can also see. Can you see that? You can see that. Or he's holding the cyber deck close to his chest. There's a bit of a seam in the shoulder, but we're going to be covering that up with one of those noise marine pauldrons, so it's fine. All right, cool. I'm happy with that. I think if nothing else, we're just going to go and sand down the end of this just a teeny bit. Okay, excellent, excellent. Once magnetized a torso for scout social observations. I love making bases like a mini diorama. Yes, yeah, I think you arrived after I showed off, but one of the minis I finished recently is this mini with the kind of like discarded trash and newspaper on the base that I'm really proud of. That came out so well. Really, really happy with this one. But it's really interesting about, you know, trying to get minis of the similar kind of base size, but decorating them so they all feel unique. And then if they're a gang, making all the bases across them similar so they feel like a unit. Very, very fiddly process, but I quite enjoy doing it. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So a thing that I like to do in terms of gluing, we have multiple different types of glue that we can use. We can use things like plastic glue. This is what is or plastic cement. This is what is used to fuse polystyrene hard plastic together. These particular pieces are not polystyrene hard plastic, so we can't use those. We also have stuff like super glue, obviously, but we also have things like all-purpose clear glue. This is a bit stickier, a bit runnier, and it sets a bit slower, but the bond has a bit of an elasticity to it, so it can bend oh so slightly without breaking, whereas the bonds that super glue makes can be quite brittle. It will fuse those parts together really strongly, but it will not take impact very well. And I like being able to use these things as miniatures, and I know that I'm a clumsy bitch and will drop one. So I like to use an actual combination slightly of using super glue for the quick hold, and then having a little bit of rubber cement or all-purpose glue that will kind of bond around it. So we have the best of both worlds, basically. So what we're going to go and do is we are going to use this, unfortunately, very, very runny glue. So it can be quite fiddly to use at times, but we got it. I'm just going to use a little nubbing of it there. Okay. It always has like a little string of semi-glue attached. Which one glues hands the strongest? For really, really tiny bits, best of both worlds. Like, Hannah Montana, go away. For really tiny connections, super glue is probably the best because all-purpose glue is quite thick. Really, if you're gluing tiny hands together, I would ideally want to have it be in the hard plastic that the clear cement would be able to handle, because those bonds are actually really, really good. Gluing human hands the strongest. That would probably be super glue, because super glue would dry really quickly. Most other glues dry slower than super glue, which is why super glue is so popular. Because, yeah, this kind of like clear glue takes a hot second to dry. It takes a couple minutes. Which is our kind of like disadvantage in terms of using it. I glue my own fingers together occasionally. I do have gigantic hands. But actually, it doesn't happen as much these days. Maybe I'm just getting better at putting these kind of things together. But yeah, no, we have the arm on the Mini now. Yeah. Most super glue will also bond weld skin. Yes, if you leave it if you leave any glue long enough, it will definitely set in a way that makes it a bastard to remove. Me showing up to the con with my cosplay on and my fingertips rock solid, nobody knows, only me. You know, when it's kind of like, okay, I've been spending the last 3 days sewing, but there's this one seam that I didn't see that has a rough edge, and I need to get this done, like, now. And then the hot glue gun mysteriously emerges from the ether. And you're like, oh no, I mustn't use you. We're in such a desperate situation, though. Yeah. You know what it is. I am much better at gluing than I am at sewing. Move my mic over this way a little bit. There we go. Okay, so we have our arm. We might want to investigate these boots, shall we? To boots the house down guard. Indeed. Let's see. Which one has the boots that I desire? Yes. And this little boot and belt combo right here. Looking good. There's also the other boot here as well. So we'll be cutting these out and seeing what we can do with these two things. Which we will use our dainty pliers to remove. So actually, I know that Civ does a pretty wide range of different art forms. I didn't know that miniatures and miniature painting was something that was an interest of yours, which is cool. Or are you just checking out for the love of the craft? Because this is definitely, it's a hobby I've talked about this on the channel a little bit before. Everybody gangs into one, your two fingers are merged into one with non-washable super glue. I really have managed to, just here to chill. Hell yeah, absolutely. I've been into this hobby a number of different times in my life. Initially in high school, where my high school crush was really into Warhammer 40k. And so suddenly I was as well, so I could hang out with him more. It didn't work. We're still reasonably good friends, but it turns out that me spending a lot of money on buying Eldar did not make him fall in love with me. And when you kind of, pick up the hobby and then just kind of, oh, rip, but you got a cool hobby out of it. Yeah, you go and put the hobby aside, gave all my minis away, I think, to him. And then in sixth form, which for the Americans out there is the, years of 17 to 18, just after mandatory education and before you would do uni. I got into all of my nerd stuff really there, because that's when I first started playing tabletop RPGs. And the GM who was running, I think like GURPS Cyberpunk for us, was like, Necromunda, want to give it a try? And I'm like, sure, I don't understand what this is. And I played with, I think, their minis and was like, that was a nice time, and never thought about it ever again. And now I'm into Necromunda again, wild. And then played a little bit of miniature gaming in university as well. So yeah, what we're going to be doing, I would kind of like to keep this very cool side belt. I don't know whether that will be able to be retained on the miniature. We'll see. We'll see if we can manage to do that. Getting into the hobby because of a crush is kind of cute. I'm sure I'm not the first person to have done that. I definitely will not be the last. I wonder how many people definitely got into D&D because their beau, their paramour was into that kind of thing. I might have to get rid of the skirt and just have the belt. We'll see. We'll see. And then this boot as well. I think we're going to have to attach this boot first for kind of fit and height, and then use that as a marker to work on the other one. Fortunately, the way that this sculpt has a dominant foot is the same as the other one, so this should maybe go a little easier. This should hopefully go easy. So once again, we go and bust out the clipper lads and just cut this base away. We just don't need it. I mean, to be honest, I don't know why I'm being delicate about not trying to destroy the shoe, because the shoe is also going into the ether. I'm also using... No, it's the wrong way around. Here we go. Okay. Dark Sci-Fi Hero Rex, which I'm pretty sure is the name of this mini. You have been freed from your base. So yeah, we are now... This is the fiddly bit when it comes to this kind of kit bashing. This is something that I would probably use like green stuff or whatever to go and set, but I really don't want to use green stuff because I want to be able to paint it today. Is finding the exact right part to go and... you are to become more than you were born for. Yes. We're just going to be... Oh, it fits actually very, very closely to the mini. We're just going to be cutting around the knee, maybe even making a bit of a socket to go place this leg in. Oh. So green stuff is the colloquial term for two-part putty. I use a generic brand, Milliput, where it is... This is really old, so it's a bit grody. So it is two separate types of putty that when you mix them together, kick in a chemical reaction to then become a moldable putty that hardens after a certain number of hours. It remains moldable for quite a while, so you can sculpt it into things, which is really useful because it means that you can mold new parts for stuff, but it's also annoying because it doesn't cure properly for a number of hours or sometimes even an entire day. I've used it actually, yes, last night. Have you ever been in this situation? Have you ever been in this situation where you're like, ugh, I want to be creative, but I'm tired. And then eventually you manage to work up I'm not just thinking about the green tubes that farriers use when fixing hooves. Oh, maybe, I'm sure, because it's designed for all sorts of purposes. Miniature painters use them all the time, but there's all sorts of purposes you can use them for, because they also form a really strong bond. They're slightly adhesive. But yes, have you ever been in this situation where you're like, I want to be creative today, but I'm tired. And then eventually at like 9 p.m, you're like, oh, no, it's fine. I'll start doing some craft. And then you just fall into the creative zone and you just stop thinking about time. And, oh, I have something to watch. I was watching Valorpunk. And, oh, look, it's now 2 a.m. So in addition to finishing up a bunch of miniatures with the finishing touches that I was showing you, I also was putting together some Marvel Crisis Protocol minis. So I was putting together a Cyclops and a Storm, which was specifically what I wanted to go and put together. Look at her. Look at her. So normally she's supposed to be like floating really high up off the base on a different piece of lightning that kind of clips into her back, but it makes the mini really tall and really flimsy. So instead I just used some milliput, that green substance there, to kind of help adhere her to the base, which is now cured into a hard surface that I can now file down. And so we still get her looking like she's floating, and we still get some lightning, but she's not like 5,000 feet tall. The sculpts for Marvel Crisis Protocol are really cool, but some of them are really impractical in terms of storage. So we used green stuff there, or milliput, to get to the correct length. So if it turns out that if I flub this and we can't like sensibly glue the leg into glue the boot into the leg, we can use the milliput to kind of essentially form around the space to get it to set instead. Marshall says, I sure was. Lately I was drunk so much. Not drunk for a day or two feels wrong. Yeah. Getting into the zone. Getting into that kind of zone. Dre knows what I'm talking about. Absolutely. Why not be 5,000 feet tall? Because then transport is a bastard, and I would love to go and take Storm to other people and other, like, hobby stores so I can actually play with them. A lot of people paint minis as display pieces, and I agree, but I also like using them as game pieces as well. Anyway, enough talk. Let's remove a leg. Once again, we have to kick in some trauma center. Let's see. Guilt operation. Yeah, here we go. This one's harder, so it's important. It's crazy, I always get hit with a wave of draw after I finish. So this is basically work. Oh, right. Because so this is basically work. I don't even want to look at a pen. I get what you mean. There's always a difference between like, I'm drawing this because I am specifically doing this for work, rather than I'm drawing for me time, and the energy of that is so different. I agree. I understand. I don't draw very much. I am a mediocre artist, or that kind of illustrator anyway. But for other bits and pieces, I definitely get that vibe. So we are going to be cutting too little so we can shave it back. Leg is gone. The leg has been removed. The leg is free. Just a lone boot. Goodbye. Farewell. So yeah, we need to, let's see here. This is going to be one where filing is going to be part of the process, I think. Okay. I see. Hey, Street Rage. Hi. Let's see. We are doing some miniature kit bashing today, and I am already not necessarily in trouble, but already kind of like, what do I do? The question of transporting the minis isn't the toughest one. For now, use a metal box and magnetized bases, but it's for small squads. The leg is gone. I think we are gonna have to. We might bust this out again. We might bust this out again and see if we can use this to kind of get this going for. Oh my gosh, I have made my life so difficult for myself. I could have just kept the boots just normal. I could have just avoided having to do with this at all. Oh, yes, of course we're going to get the difficult decision theme from Zero Time Dilemma. How appropriate. I was like, let me put on the electro mystery like video game soundtracks that I have. That would be appropriate for the cyberpunk thing that I'm doing today. We're not drilling super deep. Just enough to, without destroying the arm that we already glued in, because we don't want to get rid of that. Okay, this is promising. We're forming a nice, I can put this in shadow, forming a nice little nook. Yeah, no problem. In the back of this man's knee, which I will then have to, I think I am going to have to, could have, didn't, the choice was made. Gotta hop off, no problem. Have a fantastic Saturday, Dre. I'm sure I will see you around. Okay. This is looking reasonable. We may have to do... What we're going to have to do is that we're going to have to get a mask out. Because I'm going to have to do a lot of filing. Right, so give me a second. And I put lipstick on and everything. Now I'm just going to get lipstick inside the mask. Piss. Let's go for a heavy... Obviously, unfortunately, not a proper... let's put the earbuds back in first. Not a proper PPE mask, unfortunately, but it will do in terms of removing a small amount of particulate. I do not have a cyberpunk rebreather. But hey, if we're going to be doing a lot of filing, I should probably actually try and look after myself in it. So yeah, we're just gonna start kind of, oh my god, what's the best way to approach this? We might have to go for the big, without destroying the shoulder, please. Or is this going to be more of a mini fan? I don't. Because our summers in the UK are not super warm, we don't need to worry about kind of keeping cool. So I don't just casually have a fan, unfortunately. I casually have fans, but not that kind of fan. No, this is fine. We can use the hobby knife to carve out some of the space behind the knee. Watch Dogs 2, huh? Okay. Just big filing hours. Filing away the hours. Okay, we can go for the more detailed file now. Sorry, I'm talking less while concentrating on this one. There we go. Let's see, how's the fit? God, I keep nudging the cyberdeck arm and getting terrified that I have to re-glue that in. But to be honest, having to re-glue in a part, not a big deal. No, this way round, please. Okay. Might have to cut away a little bit more. That's looking good. I just need to put more of a divot in it now. Okay. That is looking pretty good. Okay. Okay, we can work with that. Right. And like, just to get some adherence on this part of the mini, we're just gonna file this down a little bit just to get a rougher edge for the glue to adhere to. And then I can remove my mask because we're done filing. Okay. Didn't get too much lipstick in there. I'll put it in arm's reach in case I need to put that back on. Right. God, this is so much work for a single leg. Are you kidding? Right. We need to... We're just going to be using the super glue for this one. I don't think we want this to set hard and quickly. If I have to reattach the leg another time, then that's just how that's going to be. Okay. Reorienting without getting my fingers in the glue. Yeah, I love this process. Love this process. Okay. We are holding leg. Who knew that it was difficult to get heels in men's sizes? I know it's difficult to get heels in men's sizes. Mini painting is for patient people for sure. Oh my god, actually, real world story time for a bit. If we're in a position to talk about gender while doing cyberpunk miniatures, and I think, to be honest, there is nothing more cyberpunk than exploring one's gender. You know, trans people have been body hacking themselves long before like tech bros decided it was cool to put magnets in their fingers, right? But recently I'm like, oh, you know, it's getting to summer. I'm looking for a wide range of different styles of clothing Both mask and femme clothing, as long as it fits me and suits my silhouette, I'm into it. It's all about the body mode. Yes, 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 exactly. So I'm like, oh, I have some nice summer dresses that I am looking forward to wearing now that it's getting warmer. But the silhouette of them does not make sense unless I have heels to go with them. You know, there are just certain types of like femme clothing that needs a heel. Just immediately dropped the mini, but it didn't break into pieces, which means I've glued this correctly. So I'm looking for heels, you know. I am a size 12 in UK size. I don't know what that converts to in US, I'm sorry. Yeah, this actually looks, it's quite funny that he has one regular boot and one high heel now. That's quite good. I like that. And I'm like, okay, so I don't need a platform, you know, I don't need an 8-inch heel. We're not about to go on RuPaul's Drag Race. This is a sensible shoe that I can wear to brunch, you know? 3 inches, that's as high as I need. Looking for a sensible shoe, 3 inches. Oh my God, really difficult in my size. Managed to go find one, a matte kind of like vegan leather, 3 inches closed toe. The most, you could wear these to work, right? Super ordinary. Like, in the description of this shoe, just because it's in men's sizes, it's like sexy erotic fetish shoe. I'm like, bruh, it's just clothes. Please calm down. I think the website was called like Ms. Hollywood. I'm like, I just want to drink a mimosa and eat some avocado toast in a heel. Please stop bullying me. Please, I beg of you. Doing the most. Okay, during that story, this thing seems to have managed to kind of like set itself. I know, right? Excessive. I have managed to very lightly glue myself to the mini. Okay, we've escaped. Do you know what's cyberpunk but depressing instead? Having microplastics in the blood. I know, yeah. I mean, like, okay. Eventually, we're going to be working my way towards having a perfect robo body. Eventually, I will look like Maria in Metropolis. But I didn't think it would be by slowly turning myself into ABS plastic. Also, hi NBZ. Sorry for responding slowly. I was in the middle of gender story time. But I hope you're doing well. I hope you're good. I mean, filing down resin miniatures in my own home without an extractor fan is probably a great way of putting microplastics in my blood, but we move. Tea. Y'all afraid of microplastics, but I eat macroplastic past the Lego bricks. Yeah. If a mini dies in a tabletop miniature game, I eat it, and then we know it's removed from combat. So yes, we've got one boot. Let us look into boot 2. Doing well, absolutely no pressure to respond. Yeah, but you know, it's nice to say hi. I think for sake of not stressing myself out, I don't think we're going to get the skirt attached. I don't know. I would have to do a lot of grinding away over the inner part of that skirt to get it to work. So what I think we're going to do... Okay, but candy molds for minions and then use a food dye paste bait. Imagine the flex. I mean, it would be very, very funny to be like, you kill the minion, and without telling them, just popping it into your mouth and biting down and watching the table be like, oh my God. Fun April Fool's prank for you and your mini gaming friends. All right. Let's think of a sensible way of being able to kind of clip this apart without fully destroying what is actually a kind of wiggly piece of plastic. Oh, that was an alert. Oh, thank you for the follow, Addicted to My Computer. I appreciate you. Oh, do I need more trauma center music since we're cutting pieces away? Hold up, hold up. I'm enjoying this game. I'm enjoying this game of finding other trauma center music to use every time. Ah, yes. No, I needed to. The VTuber model that I use is. Oh, let's try this one. Nice. The VTuber model that I use is an AI game show host. So I have to make sure that the aesthetic is continual throughout the works. Just cutting through the heavy plastic and it just crunching under my pliers fills me with so much fear. This is a very kind of rough cut, but actually, can I wiggle this away at this point? Are we free and easy? No, we're not. We're not. We need to go back in. Can I do this with the scalpel? Nurse, scalpel. Yes, doctor. Wiggling it into the crease that we've made with the pliers. Gosh, this is actually really thick plastic that I have to try and cut through. Oh no! Oh no, I have made my life difficult for the aesthetic. They say doing this to themselves on the regs. Actually, because we're not using this, I can... cut larger parts of this away. Okay. So we've almost got the remainder of it away. It's just now dealing with this last bit. Please, please. What are you even still attached to? Go. Go. Remove thyself. Okay. Oh, I'm getting some Deus Ex. Okay. That is not the cleanest cut that I've ever made, but it is okay. We haven't damaged... Oh, we've maybe damaged it a little. We haven't damaged the belt too much. And then we need to remove the additional flash of plastic behind it. This might just be something that I take the file to. Yeah, this might be something I take the file to. Oh gosh. Let's bring this up on that slightly. There we go. Live puzzle solving. Who knew that this was actually a Professor Layton stream? Okay. Right. That looks good, and then I can... use the rough side of that sandpaper to go file that down. This isn't the plastic that causes bad breathing problems, so I can actually file this down without a mask. 5D kit bashing with time travel. It turned out that all my kit bashing was a robot all along. I don't like the writing in the Professor Layton games. They spend so much time doing some cool fantasy stuff and then be like, it was all lies. I love to lie. Just shaving off layer by layer the excess pieces of plastic. The this is in a done is better than perfect kind of territory, but we now have a boot and belt with no skirt. And then in an ideal world, we manage to attach the belt and boot to our guy like that. So this is a leg removal and then desperate super gluing part 2. Again, we're hitting roughly around the knee, just below the knee, and we are sloping this way. Okay. All right. Another trauma center track. Let's go. No. No. Okay, sure. We needed that. Okay. I understand. As before, we cut maybe a little too low. Back just a bit more. That's looking good. Okay. Just fiddling. Okay. That's looking okay, actually. That's maybe a little too low. It's too low for the other leg, so I need to cut that higher. Is that easier with the clippers or taking the craft knife to it? Let's okay. Getting bold with the incisions. Ah, that's better. Yeah, once I give room for the socket of the knee in this, I think we have what we're looking for. All right. Once again, getting the pin vise out. I can afford to make that a little deeper. Okay. Right. Now the mask comes back on because we once again enter filing territory. Oh, I see. Am I slightly out of the hole? Yeah, I am slightly out in the placement of that hole. That's fine. We can, because this is such soft plastic, just kind of carve out a notch to work with here. This side needs more filing than the other. Sorry, inspecting my handiwork. Okay. Makes you beyond nervous. Hey, hey, hey. It's fine. It's fine. We're all fine. I'm not shaking. Man, the belt definitely gets in the way a little bit. That is... Sorry, inspecting my work. That is almost it. I need to... If I file down the top of this a hair, then I think I'll be able to get it where it needs to be. Yeah. No, there we go. That's the shit. All right. Okay. This was a lot of fiddling, but I am actually very, very pleased with how this shit is going. I am very pleased with how this shit is going. Replacing boots is... I've done this on a handful of other minis, actually, to kind of give them the Escher kinky boots. And it is a pain every time. Every time. So... Okay, got the glue. We have enough time to be able to put the cap back on before that dries. All right. This goddamn belt. That is sitting very nicely. Hold on. Let's get the angle of the... Oh, I'm a tiny goblin. I only have 3 XP. I will not give you good items. Is current energy. Okay. Yeah, okay. This gluing attempt is maybe not perfect. God damn it. Okay. Okay. Attempt two. This is fine. I just need to... I might need a little bit more glue and to adhere it on both sides. Come on. On both the boot and the body. Okay. Just wiggling it so it sets in the right place. The belt is making it very difficult to actually get the glue to sit in the right place properly. Oh my gosh. This is me being very, very fiddly. Oh my gosh. And the worse it gets, the more my hands shake, making it harder for it to actually happen. But it can happen. It can happen. We will get it there. We will get it there. Okay. Right. So I think this is now a matter of me having to hold my hand in place for a while for the super glue to do its dirty work. Okay. All right. Yeah, where the plastic of the belt is sitting on either side makes sense. That one might need to wiggle a little bit, the one on the back. But hey, we have boots. We have boots. It becomes the next bit of... Oh, fuck me. God damn it. No, I had it. I had it, and then it's gone. Oh, no. I knocked it away. This is my bad. I fucked up. Working with this belt is an absolute nightmare. Working with this belt is an absolute nightmare. I had it, and now it's absolutely gone. Okay. Right. Because part of my concern is angling this. Yeah. We've got proper, like, jodhpur energy going. Oh my god. Part of the, I guess, my concern is making sure that these sit flat properly once I actually place this miniature on a base, right? And that will be harder to do, obviously, once the mini is set. So we have to kind of do our best to set the angle. They're looking a little pigeon-toed right now. But that is okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. What I think I might need to do is add a little bit of extra glue to get it to sit where it needs to properly. Let's see here. Because that one's set. And this is... yeah, he's looking a little pigeon-toed. Oh, shawarma. Absolutely shawarma for lunch. to be honest, with how we're gonna do some of the other bits and pieces to this guy. Maybe him being a little pigeon-toed is fine. How does this sit? Oh man, one leg is still definitely higher than the other. I definitely could have shaved this back a hair more for the fit, but you know what? If I keep fucking with it, we're gonna make it worse. So we are going to call that glued. Best way to make this guy lie down. Here you go. Rest. Rest, oh noble warrior. You can be closed up again, please. Thank you. All right, thinking about next steps. Just a graveyard of pieces that we've just chopped away. Let's put that all over there. All right. Actually, to be fair, the base that we have is a little uneven anyway. So if we need to kind of put a little bit of additional texture down or whatever to kind of make them balance out, then that's fine. That's fine. It was all intentional. It was all intentional. Never at any point was this an accident. Okay, all right. Let's think about next steps here, because I think I'm gonna ask the chat for some suggestions on something in a second. Just need to go and do a handful of quick things. Yes. Doing behind the scenes tech. Excellent. Okay. So, we have some cool shoulder pads that are embedded with speakers, because that's dope. And we have 4 styles to go with. We have 4 styles to go with. I will hold them closer to the camera so you can see. In fact, I will turn them this way around so you can see them even better. So we have 4 shoulder pads that we can go with. We have 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, we've got a vote for 3 and a vote for 4. Any more votes? Yeah, a vote for 3 and a vote for 4. Which shoulder pad should we go with? Another for 3, another for 3. Okay. I think the 3s have it. Ooh, a bold vote on the 1, but you're a little outnumbered on this occasion. I think 3 is the one that the people desire today. So okay. We're gonna go for shoulder 3. And initially, I was actually, you can now have a better impression of what our guy looks like now, with his boots and his comlink and the gun that we're also going to turn into something else. I also need to remove his head as well. I was initially going to put the shoulder pad on this shoulder with the computer, but I think general kind of like character design balancing, because we have the belt on this side and the large computer, so I think to kind of balance things out, this should probably go on this shoulder, but I don't know if we have the room. We don't have the exact room for it, but we are going to be replacing this arm with something else as well. So maybe this is a matter of changing out his arm first and then putting the shoulder pad on. Because I do want to take, I do want to put one of the, I do want to put the shoulder pad on this somewhere. It is very cool looking. But I will definitely make sure that we do shoulder pad 3, so I can put the others aside for now. The unselected shoulder pads go back into, well, somewhere. They just go off camera. They just go away. Is this still attached? The leg is still attached. Thank God. Right. We have a gun to replace. I have like this chain gun looking thing. We also have some little sci-fi blasters, which are very silly looking. We have some funky little sci-fi blasters. Shows about better on the back of my hand. We also have a wide variety of like Necromunda alternate guns that we can use. But I am less sold on going for one of these. Bottom sci-fi blaster is actually pretty neat. This one, let's put that back. This one, huh? Okay, oh yeah. I've actually used one of these already on a different mini. Where is she? She's not done yet. I still need to do finishing details on her. But I have the sci-fi blaster on this mini as well. And it's cool. I do like the shape of that. So we can go for that again, absolutely. It's designed to actually have a barrel stock. Or like a rifle, the butt of the rifle is like a separate part that you attach the front to. But, you know, this is kit bashing. We can do literally whatever we want. So we can do stuff like, for example, keep the arm intact, but just replace the gun with the sci-fi blaster is an option. And actually, looks fine. I think that would be pretty easy to do. That looks like that would be pretty easy to achieve. I guess we're doing the head last, huh? We're doing all the difficult parts, and then watch the head also be difficult. Yeah, this really did inset oh so slightly. But it's fine. If they're going to be riddled with like giant crystals, then maybe they would be walking a little strangely. All right. I guess we need more surgery music. Keeping the arm intact makes it a tad difficult for the shoulder pad to be added though, doesn't it? Yes. So we also have to consider the potential of doing an entirely new arm for the shoulder. Hold on. We do have a box of bits. And I think I do have some arms we can use. There's those. This is more forward arms. Sure. Alright. There's also like a gun arm. Yeah, but that assumes that you are crossing the body. No, I want an extended arm. Sorry that I'm mumbling while rummaging around rather than speaking into the camera. Okay. Right. Hey, you gotta go. No problem, Street Rage. Thanks for hanging with us. I hope you have a fabulous afternoon. All right. We're looking at something maybe like this arm. That we have the ability to rearrange the... so it's kind of looking at how we can arrange the arm, angle it, so we can have what we want. So we need the arm to be angled down a little bit more and things like that for it to kind of like truly work. The whatever surgery I suppose we do to the thing, we have the advantage of being able to hide it with the shoulder pad. Okay, this might be what we end up going for, right? Let's just put you down gently. Please rest. Please rest, tiny fellow. As we clip out this arm. And we'd have the ability to... It would have to cross over the front of the body. I don't want that, though. Thinking. Will the new head also impact how well the shoulder pad fits? This is also true. The head I'm not expecting to make larger. So, but we can work on the head for a while. We can definitely work on the head as an option. I enjoy how chunky the shoulder pad is, but yeah, getting it to play ball with everything is definitely the struggle bus. It definitely puts us into struggle town. Man, the desire to be oh so slightly lazy and have it on the shoulder because I know it fits. Gosh darn it. Let's not think about it. That's the thing with kitbashing, is that sometimes you need to improvise as you go along. Sometimes you need to look at what kind of cards you're dealt and accommodate accordingly. So let's maybe not think about the shoulder pad for a second and focus on the head, because the head feels like that might be an easier win. Not an easy win. None of this is easy. Or at least not the way that I'm making it for myself. At some point, I also need to go and properly attach the belt to his body. Let's... Oh, we need surgery music. Having them look at the computer instead of the gun would give you a little more space for the shoulder pad too. Yeah, potentially. Right. Let's get more. We want Trauma Team soundtrack. Come on, computer, work with me here. Yeah, there we go. As we remove Rex's head, Rex's head is slightly embedded into his shoulder, so this is definitely going to be more of a surgery operation. It's going in at the base of the neck, no fear. Right. Oh, it's a short jam. No, no, no. I want a longer jam than that, please. Yeah, here we go. Right. Then we proceed with... Oh! Heart attack because I used some Drano in the bathroom, thought it made dangerous fumes. Turns out it was your upstairs neighbor's weed set. Oh no. I mean, dangerous fumes, but of a different kind. That is definitely a different kind of dangerous fumes. But I am glad you are not accidentally smoking yourself out. Dangerous Fumes, the name of my 60s psychedelia rock album. Alright. Oh. No, it's good that you're being careful. Am I just gonna have to twist this fucker's head off? Ah, I see. I see where it's still attached. Okay. Yeah, turns out removing the head is also not easy. I don't think this is going to be clean. I think I might have to remove it in parts. As I continue to kind of needle at it. Fortunately, the resin is soft, so it's not too difficult to kind of get cuts in. But finding the right angle to go do it at, and also protect my fingies, an important factor in the proceedings. Oh, this jammers. This is a very, very good track. I've not listened to it in a very long time either. Okay, there we go. Yeah, no, we're gonna have to do a full craniectomy. We're not gonna be craniectomy, like a series of unfortunate events. That's the majority of his head, but very worrying angle this head is leaning at. Still not free. When will my head be free? Right now. Okay, there we go. Terrifying. This headless man in Killer Heels walks up to you and starts blasting. What do you do? Okay. So just using the craft knife to just remove some of that excess scraggle that I put onto this mini by very poorly decapitating it. I wonder, because Cyberpunk Dullahan when? I wonder if, like, in the realm, in the world of, like, Toy Story, whether, like, tabletop minis are count as toys. I am slowly destroying the very carefully attached leg. I'm gonna have to maybe go back and re-glue that at some point. I might actually start the re-gluing of that now before I forget. Hold on. We want, where's the glue? We want this glue, and then we're gonna do a cocktail stick so we can carefully use it as an applicator. Yeah, no, that hit auto mod, so I needed to clear that. I'm not quite sure what triggered that. Maybe paranoid. I don't know. I've kind of auto mod does its best. I'm getting a decent amount of glue on the end of the cocktail stick and then using that as an applicator for the boot. Yeah, no, I've definitely that's definitely pulling away. I might have to go back and reattach the boot later. Which is fine, because I did a mediocre job of it first time, so... Oh, gosh. Everything is a struggle. Nothing is straightforward. Yeah, this boot is going. This boot is fading fast. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. We will return to it later. If it won't play ball now, we can always work with it once all the other bits and pieces are attached. Okay, right, sorry. Got in my own head in fiddling zone. Right. Head has been removed. Boot remains tenuous, but it's fine. Let's go get this spooky padlock head going. Oh, hell yeah. Spooky padlock head. Nice. This needs slight filing to get it to where it needs to be. Attachment point at the top of the head is actually pretty small if you don't have anything to... Okay. I see. Can we see that? This might be something that I pin, actually. This feels like something that would be most sensible to pin. Okay. Oh man, this arm is definitely... kit bashing is fun, but with so many bits and pieces being replaced, it's quite rickety, because really I should be waiting for each step of these to, like, dry. And cure somewhat before moving on to the next stage, before wiggling it. But because we're moving on to the next part, everything is being nudged around. Hi, Mari. We are doing okay. Things are going actually pretty all right. Some bits of this has been easier than others. Some bits of this is attached easier than others. But I think we are making reasonable progress. We are definitely not... Well, how long have I been streaming for? Yeah, I will see if we get to paint this today. I don't think we will. I just put away the drill bit I wanted to use. Hold on. This is the drill bit I want to use. We're putting this one back. I hope you're having a good weekend so far, Mari. Putting the drill bit back into this pin vise. Okay, there we go. Tightening it. There we go. Going well, thank you. Taking it easy after a grueling couple of weeks doing uni work. Well, I am glad that you are in a position... Even though I'm left-handed, I really should be doing this the other way around. Okay, I'm gonna do this the other way around. Even though I'm left-handed, I definitely drill better with my right hand, it seems. That leg is absolutely going for a ride. I'm just gonna break the leg off. Goodbye. Goodbye, leg. You did your best. But I will have to handle you another time, maybe when the rest of this is a bit better set. Fortunately, because this is a resin mini, drilling into it is very easy. How deep does that go? Not that deep. Let's give another couple twists. So we now have a hole in the neck. Okay. I need to start looking for work soon, but I'm trying to, take it easy for a couple days. Yeah. If you just run from pillar to post super quickly, you're gonna hit that burnout. Nobody needs that. Nobody needs that. And we're gonna be slightly bold and then just already guess where in the back of the head we want to go and put this. About here. Oh, there we go. I slipped slightly, but we're fine. Not damaged, but that has given me a pretty good... it did damage the head a little bit, but we're okay. Getting a good purchase on this has been a bit difficult. Let me score out an X for myself so I actually know where I'm putting my drill bit. Okay, there we go. Hopefully that should be a little better. Holding a small target while trying to do drilling is a little more difficult, but once you get the purchase, it's not so bad. It's also not pushing so hard that you go and drill through your own fingers on the other side. That's also bad. You don't want to do that. Okay, I think we have purchase. How does that look? We need to... Let's go for a bit more. Alright, that should be fine. Right, we are pinning, so we're going to need paper clips. Where did I put? Are they sitting in here? They are sitting in here. So what's going to happen is that we're going to be taking a very small measure of paperclip and jamming part of it into man's neck. Oh, that actually sits nice and deep in there. And then the other half into the head, and using that as an armature to kind of keep them attached together. But it also gives me some room to angle that, turn the head without breaking the glue bond too severely. Okay, so we're gonna breaking off some of the dry bits of super glue. Let's Just a small blob. And now we have the small blob. We are inserting that into our Cyber Dullahan. Sits in there nicely. Give that, I don't know, 30 seconds to go and set properly. Meanwhile, I need to think about how we can go and get this leg to do what we want it to. It might be a matter of just kind of getting it another couple of inches deeper. Just sit another couple of inches deeper. This arm is also on its about to go flying away. It's partially set, but not very. I might be able to just get some, oh gosh, super glue in that gap there and get it to seal back up that way. Setting in that gap, it is. Push that in. We have some of the rubber bond in there, but it clearly needed that little bit of extra super glue to actually maintain that hold and not wiggle. Because it is definitely wiggling a little bit, and I don't want it to wiggle that much. Let's get the cap of this back on first. Doing super glue triage. This is the real kit bashing. Just wait until it stops being shiny, so we know that the hold is there for reals. Mario, I know you do a lot of like hobby crafting with Gunpla, but I don't know if this style of like tabletop miniature painting is of a personal interest to you or not. There we go. That looks a little better. Okay. What else can I do? We're waiting for bits and pieces to dry. We can revisit the boot. One of the things that we found is that the boot is sitting a little high. So we might actually go and take our filing pad to it and see if we can get it to sit a little lower. Although I need to go and remove the glue that was previously sticking to it. Okay, alright, let's pull that glue away. There we go. As I say, triage. Doing what needs to be done to get this to work correctly. We will get it there. We will get it there. So many other bits and pieces of this are going so well. I don't want to give up just now that it's a little bit more tricky. Because I have definitely had some instances where I've been doing mini customizing. Some of the minis of some of the ashes, when I was building those, that hit a point where I had to put the entire thing down in frustration and then come back to it in a couple days. That definitely had a factor to it while I was trying to get stuff to fit and it just wouldn't. And trying not to be kind of like, oh, I can't do anything right and give up. But just kind of, you know, realizing that maybe I wasn't taking the right tack. I needed to like step away and think of some other options, what was working, what wasn't, and then just kind of come back prepared. It was definitely a big part of that. And will, I mean, be a part of this too, right? You know, I realize that went into a lot of this pretty blind, actually, in terms of what was and wasn't going to work. So having to be willing to, oh gosh, experiment and then kind of improvise with the failures. Again, this is like Morkborg and Cyborg are, by their definition and mission statements, very messy games with messy people. So if this sculpt, if the end of this kitbash ends up being a little messy, that is okay. That is within the theme and style of what we're doing. So, you know, we take those and keep moving on. What am I going to do? Not make things? Absolutely not. Happiest when making things, me. I enjoy the creative process, regardless of what creative process that is, whether that's tabletop RPGs or doing these kind of things, or just designing bits and pieces for my stream. The process of making stuff is what makes this all exciting and worth doing for me in the end. So continuing to experiment and learn with the process is what makes it good. You gotta keep experimenting. Perfection is to be sought, not achieved, yes. I mean, this is already, I think, a more ambitious kitbash than the ones that I was doing for the Necromunders, just for the sheer number of parts that we're replacing. Wow, the fit is a little less... Oh. The fit is a little less perfect now that it's also putting up with the glue that I initially had here. But that is okay. So fighting with the belt again. Is that what we're aiming for? Because that feels like a pretty precarious attachment point. Sorry, I'm holding it close to me so I can see what I'm doing for the second, because I need to clearly do some reassessment on what is and isn't possible. What is and isn't possible. Right, okay. Okay. So it is... Ah, I'm going to have to... the mask is going to have to come back on for a bit. Turns out that the kit bashing stream is actually just using the file slowly and inexorably. I mean, that sits better. Okay. All right. We're freestyling now. Freestyler. All right. This might also benefit from a pin, but we'll see. That might be a last resort. Slowly carving at the inside of man's knee. Okay. That looks like that fits pretty cleanly. More snugly than before, and I think actually at the correct height. Okay. Alright. Yes, latest attempt. Latest attempt. I'm gonna go and do. So we're gonna get the super glue in here. Kind of holding this apart so I can get it onto the mini. Okay. This is a much more stable fit than before. I just needed to carve out more space for it, and it sits more evenly with the base than before. So leg is reattached. And to guarantee leg is reattached, I'm going to actually leave... Oh my gosh. The shoulder is... Do I have to pin the shoulder? I really don't want to have to pin the shoulder. To make sure that is reattached, I'm going to leave this thing for 5 minutes to dry while I go and take a stretch. Or give me just a second to make sure that everything is good to go. Yes. Okay. All right. I'm going to go and take a stretch for 5 minutes and leave this thing to dry properly. We'll be back in 5. Don't go anywhere. Okay, we are back. Thank you for being patient, everybody. Taking that moment to stretch and rehydrate. Hopefully you've also had an opportunity to stretch and rehydrate. And this boot has had an opportunity to goddamn stay in place. For those who haven't seen what we've managed so far, we have this arm that's new, as well as both legs with this belt. The belt has been the absolute death of me getting this thing to attach properly, and we're still going to actually glue the ends of that belt on properly once it is dried, and then we're going to reattach the head and change this gun arm, and hopefully find space for the shoulder pad. It's slowly looking like the shoulder pad might not be something we're able to manage doing. We might have to find a... Oh, it could be a hood for the back of the head. Like that. That might be an option. That might be a way to make it work. Okay. All right. But first things first, let's get this head attached. Let's get this head attached to the rest of the body. Sorry if I vanished for a little longer than 5 minutes. Now this attachment point has been glued firmly in, we can, I think I'll only need about this much. Use our big boy pliers to cut through the paper clip. Had to make sure both ends were supported, or the paper clip would just go flying off into the ether. We don't need that. I'm just going to use that. Okay. I need to, for one, change the angle of that slightly. All right, I see. Okay. I need to... Oh, wrong drill bit. The plan for pinning the head was sound, but we need to change the angle of which we're pinning the head in. It's fine. It's not... It's salvageable, what's been done so far. A lot of this has been very much in terms of improvising as we go. We had a vision of what we wanted to do in our heads, but getting that to actually manifest has been difficult in places, but that is a-okay. That is just how it is on this bitch of an earth, as they say. So we are using my pin vise to change the angle of the hole that is currently in the head and making that hole a little deeper. That is not perfectly straight, but that is okay. If it comes to it, well, we need to clip the top of this, I think, a little lower anyway, but let's see how that fits. It fits, but not perfectly. It is a little uncanny setting, but to be honest, that is not necessarily the end of the world if it sits a little uncannily. So we need to decide. Actually, no. I want him to look gun-wise. I think that's as much as I can turn the head to the side. But that is fine. Okay. So we're gonna go and get our super glue once again. I'm gonna need a reasonable amount. Okay, we've got a reasonable amount of super glue on the end there. Gives us a little bit of angling time as well. Gosh, please. Oh no. So we have this is our current sitch. That actually looks pretty good. I quite like that. The head isn't directly looking at the gun arm at the moment, but I don't think that is the end of the world. Especially if we are going to be altering what the gun arm is doing. And I do like, because currently it does mean that the back of the head has got some of the armature, the paperclip exposed. But that is okay, because we might be able to do something funky with this to like sit as a hood. I think that might be pretty cool. Yeah. We can look at it a different way and turn this into a hood for our weird little guy. And then we still have the speakers that come out the back, rather than it being a shoulder piece. There is some alterations and filing that needs to go on to get that to sit correctly. I'll need to file down the edge of this to get it to work, and probably also put some notches in the shoulders to get it to sit down. But I think that might be a more appropriate or an easier to fit way of getting this to work, if that makes sense. Right. This is another resin piece, so we're gonna get the mask back on while we go and get some filing. Gently moving this out of the way. Right, where is my file? My file is here. We've a fair amount of filing to do, I think, for this one. Because the edge of this is quite steep, or sharp rather, and I would quite like a rounded edge for the hood. So, using the file to bevel the edges of this hood a little bit. It's actually filing very, very easily, which is nice. I was expecting that I would have to do a lot of filing to soften the edge, but it seems that that has actually happened quite smoothly. And then the inside edge as well. Using our more detailed file to get the top of this. Turning from a shoulder pad to a hoodie. Gosh. Okay. That is a lot more rounded. There's still a little bit of a flash marking here that we can erase. There we go. Okay. Okay, that's looking good to me. We're going to need to kind of remove a little bit of the shoulder. Remove a little bit of these edges so it will sit better. Okay. So we're looking to eyeballing this, which is maybe not the wisest plan, but you know, we've got to do what we gotta. So a bit of a marker there, and then start. Actually, it doesn't really mark too much at all. Let me. Is that not also sitting in the right place? That's sitting in reasonable places. Okay. Right. Big filing time 2.0. Which way round am I filing this? I guess it's this way around. It's much of a much. Just kind of using the rounded edge of the top of this file to make a nice big indent without stabbing myself. Always key. Always preferred to not wound myself in the name of art. Every so often you can kind of check in with our model again and see where we're sitting in terms of how the fit is doing before we start gluing stuff into place. Getting some definite notches in there now. I have a feeling the notches are going to have to be reasonably extreme. Ah, yes, after a certain point, it's... Okay, so that's probably as tight as that is going to get. Alright, sorry, thinking. So we are currently making... how that's currently looking. And getting that to sit nicely on man's shoulders. When I've put all that sawdust, all that resin powder on their head. Whoops. Okay. Sorry, I'm taking my time as I work out the best route to proceed, but it's definitely looking reasonable. It's just getting this side sits fine, and then this shoulder doesn't fit as fine. It's hold on. So if it's sitting like this, I need to go a little further back on that side and go a little deeper. So we need to start carving this side out a little more. Without it going directly into the speaker, because I don't want it to cut into the actual speakers that are on the back of the helmet. There's also a degree to which changing the fit on the back of here is also important. So that is also filing away at this shoulder a little bit, which can be done. I just need to be careful. Making these changes, but without being too destructive. This is something that green stuff can be used to fill in the gaps for. Oh, that's better. So we've got that's a little bit better. Is it now just, do I decide how much of the shoulders I cut back? Or how much of the edge of the bit that's free floating to cut back? Maybe I do that instead of filling in the gap. We'll see. We'll see. I need to decide the best way to attach it with glue too. But I do like that as a helmet option, as a hoodie option. It definitely makes the outfit a bit more high-tech looking. Okay. Ugh. Right. Finding what attachment points there currently are, and then using that as a guide of where I am putting my glue. I see. So we're probably going to do a strip of... Oh, excuse me. A strip of... Maybe super glue... Well, okay. We want super glue for the contact points and then the... Alright, right. Gotcha. Whoop, don't lose it. Right. Not glue in that space. Okay. Okay, can cover this glue back up again. And then we're using the super glue on this attachment point here. Yes. And attachment point here. Okay. This one's a bit fiddly, but we can do it. Oh, that went on pretty smoothly, actually. Let's get the cap of this back on. And see how much of this we can re-angle. That looks pretty sensible on those sides. So I'm going to have to, after we're done, get some green stuff or some milliput to fill in the gaps, but we now have a hood behind that is a network of speakers. Shading so you can see. Yeah, I think that looks pretty cool. He definitely has a kind of like a very regal air to him now. Interestingly, we gotta think of the ways that this dude can be a little bit more fucked up as we continue to kind of decorate. But we're moving. We're moving, leaps and bounds, leaps and bounds. Okay, so now we need to start thinking about what this weapon is. We have the shotgun. Oh, there's also wiggling these bits of the belt around, actually, which I might want to do now. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that now, and then we can have a discussion about what we want to do with the weapon. Where is my cocktail stick? Here we go. Using cocktail sticks as detailed applicators, more detailed than what the super glue can manage, can often be a very useful technique. So we've got a little bit of super glue on the end of the cocktail stick, and then while it's still wet, as it were, using that as a point. For our... Oh, please. Just holding this in place for a while until that sets. Yeah, that's right. Right, let's do that. Oh, that gives you a bit more viewing range of the white that most of this is. Turn the contrast back down low. There we go. So we've now got the belt that is part of this leg firmly attached. And let's do that also for this other side. Let's pull some new glue. I do not need as much, I don't think. Okay. Okay. So this belt is sitting on the inside here. I'm just holding it there for a couple seconds until it decides to actually hold of its own volition. Shush. Phone. Silence, phone. There we go. That's holding now. So we've got our belt, we've got our shoes, we've got our computer, we've got our head, we've got our cyber hoodie. It actually attaches in reasonable place to the collar as well, so there we go. And now it's all about thinking about that gun. What do we want to do with the gun? I see. We do have options of what weapons that we want to use here. previously looking at this gun to be used. Maybe this is a matter of me taking a glance at the PDF, the cyborg PDF, and seeing if anything kind of like leaps out. They're very kind of like, I guess, realistic. Well, I say realistic, industrial tech firearms. So maybe this weird-looking chain gun thing is an option. Maybe it's just a matter of taking something from it and bolting a thing to it to make it feel a bit more, like in-universe Kitbashed. We do have these rifle-y pieces. Do you have any sort of belt or strap you could loop from the bottom of the gun back to the dude's waist or shoulder to even out the belt on the other side? That is a very good question. I don't think we... Well, let's see. We can maybe get some chains going. We do have some chains from the spooky ghost people. Maybe that's something that we could put to good use. There's also, it doesn't necessarily have to be a gun. It could be a melee weapon. And actually, I think there's this chainsaw sword that the Necromunda kit has. That's actually kind of cool. That might be something that we can use instead. And then it has like maybe a big jangly chain that goes off. Give him the Ripper. Yeah. This sword. I need to check what hand that's in. Yes, it's in the correct hand. Okay. It would have been a problem if it was the incorrect one. I'm pretty sure chainsword is a weapon that you can get in this too. Let me look. Glancing over. System. Starting weapons. Smart gun. Mono sword. Oh, there's an equipment list. There's a... What about weapons? Or is that weapons for sale? Gosh, the weapons list is white on blood red, taser, shock stick, filament knife, mono sword, too many throwing knives, a power tool, a chainsaw. Sure. Yeah, no, this is just a customized chainsaw. Perfect. The Ripper. Okay. Yeah, we have our little sword. Too many throwing knives is definitely some people I know. Yeah. That's a fun. It would be a fun option to go with. Funnily enough, this mini's like sleeve is already torn off at the upper shoulder, so we might have some room to. The arm is a little more delicate. This arm is a bit thinner and more delicate than the minis. But, you know, them looking maybe a little off-kilter is not necessarily the end of the world. Just thinking of the right way to make that happen. I don't necessarily need to worry about the shoulder pad thing anymore since we've now repurposing it as a hoodie. Maybe this is a matter of just replacing the hand? That might be a little tricky. Thinking about it. Thinking. Because actually, yeah, if they're holding the sword up like this, and then there's like a fuck-off chain hanging from the bottom of it, super impractical, but probably pretty cool, right? So yeah, maybe it's just a matter of lopping this hand off and replacing it with the hand on the chainsword. A one-to-one swap. Okay. I guess it's time for some more surgery music. Hold on. Okay. Just doing the hand would make it a nicer transition. This might be a thing I need to pin, but to be honest, I would be okay with that. Oh my god, so melodramatic. But then I guess that is all the Trauma Center games, huh? Okay. And it gives us a bit of a wrist rotation and stuff as well. So we're now looking at this kind of yeah, it has a instead of it feels like it's like a spell sword kind of deal, but instead of it being like a spell book and a rapier, it's like a portable computer and a chainsaw. The modern spell sword. I like that. That actually sits reasonably well without too much alteration of the wrist. I think I am going to pin that though. So we are going to go and get that. We already have the thin pin vise. This one is a little tricky. It's a little delicate. But it just means that we go slow here. Trauma Center music for the hand operation we are currently doing. Because even if there's just a small dent in here for the paperclip to adhere to, that already makes that a little easier for us. Okay. Making incision. Squeaky squeak. Okay. Finding a sensible place to go hold. A little mousey inside my pin vise. How did it get inside? It is so small. Oh no. trying to hold this in a way that isn't just like crushing everything I've already done. I told myself that this would be an easier way of making this happen, but I still have to drill 2 holes in actually some quite small pieces of material. Putting enough pressure to make the drill bit twist, but not too much pressure where I bend it in the wrong way, or if I slip and do myself a mischief. I think we have the right amount of pressure, we just need to go slow. Fortunately, because this resin plastic is so soft, it is pretty easy to go and drill a hole in it. Working with metal miniatures is definitely really difficult, partially because the metal is heavy, so when you are attaching like long limbs and things like that in metal, they are very prone to snap off, so you have to pin those. However, drilling in the metal, even if you're using a pin vise, can be really long and annoying and difficult. So how are we doing? That's not a very deep one, but maybe we now have enough purchase where we can actually just kind of like go for it now. Why are you all squeaky now? Leave me alone. Okay. I think that is a deep enough hole. Let's get paperclip. That sits in there okay. It's going to be very, very small on the other side. It's going to be very small on both sides, I have a feeling. But it is better than nothing and gives us some wiggle room for adjustment of angle. All right. Oh, let's just check the paperclip in the hand as well, because obviously if that doesn't sit, then we're in big trouble. Yeah, that sits in okay. I want to make that a hair deeper. I want to make that just a little bit deeper, just to make that easier on myself. Once you've already got a hole, working to kind of drill the hole a little deeper is a little easier. There we go. That's actually making some solid. There we go. We only need what? Just a couple millimeters, a shred of souchon of depth. There we go. All right. All right. Getting all the spooky D&D as we get up to this stage. It's the Umurangi Generation soundtrack, actually, which is a game that I am yet to play on stream, but really, really want to. Definitely the stream's vibe. Cyberpunk photography simulator. Yeah. Oh man, I want it. If I fuss, it will get worse. Let's not fuss. Let us not fuss on this occasion. For once in our gosh darn lives. Okay. A little bit of glue. Let's get that to sit in there comfortably. Just sit in there comfortably, please. Okay. Very, isn't this Cyberpunk? You just go and replace an arm with the just bent wire. This is the grimdark future, everybody. Just replace your entire ass hand with a long wire. Ugh. Okay, just giving that some time to settle. This is turning into a thing. This is turning into a thing. I'm pleasantly surprised and happy with how well this has gone, despite some of the Ace Attorney trials and tribulations we've been having. Okay. I couldn't afford the whole hand, just the mounting bracket. Yeah, yep. That's the vibe. That's the vibe. Okay. I think that is sat in there long enough now where we can go and clip the other end. We go get our big boy pliers. And we need not very much at all. All right. Yep. We've got super glue on the other end of the wire. And now we position our chainsword. There's a bit of a gap in there, but the super glue is actually filling that gap quite nicely. So yeah, we have... Actually, that looks sick. I like that. Yeah. Okay. All right. Pop off. I have a gigantic weapon in these streets. What size queen? All right, okay. I'm reasonably happy with the angle of that too, so I'm not going to twist that. And instead, I'm just going to go and let that sit for a bit. These weapon, that can go into the parts the rapidly increasing parts graveyard pile over there, and these can go back to the Kitbashed box. Excuse me. No Kitbashed box, so out of my arm's reach. Alright. Gotta tidy up after yourself as you go. You can't just leave waste willy-nilly. So we are gonna go and have like a chain or something hang from. I like this little hourglass chain that's part of this weird skeleton brackety thing. Oh my god, does that make it basically like a grim dark keyblade with, it's like a themed with a little chain and a little icon hanging off the end? Yes. Love to give my dystopian cyberpunk fellow punk heels and a keyblade. Love that. Okay. Let's just cut out this entire piece. What do I need to? Do I need to? Don't need to cut out the entire piece, but just cutting out this edge. So, in a second while I wiggle out have it? Do we have it? Not quite. We'll hold on. There we go. Chain released. Casual killer cosplay. Yeah. And because these are both made from the ABS plastic, I can actually use the plastic glue, the plastic cement, to attach these together. So I'm gonna go and do. Going to go and give this a little bit of a file down. Give this bit of a file down very gently. So I have like light duty and heavy duty. Cement glue for this kind of thing. Oh gosh. I shouldn't have disturbed that. That's fine. That's not going anywhere though. I'm confident that that will hold. I have the Citadel plastic glue and then the Tamiya clear. So this, it's quite interesting that even though these are chemically the same thing and do the same purpose, this is quite thin and running, and so it will work its way into thin gaps and try and seal them up. This is much thicker and is much more likely to be, I guess, like destructive and melt the plastic quickly. Both are very fume heavy, so I'm glad I have my window open. What I might do is actually, rather than use this applicator, because this applicator is pretty bad and can get blocked quite easily, is just remove the lid, get the applicator from the Tamiya clear, and then dip it in here. There we go. We're gonna add that to the bottom of this and to the top of the chain. Oh my god, it smells awful. And just make them kiss. It's about finding the right angle of it though. If I get this wrong, I can actually use this to melt the plastic and break the bond and reattempt. So it's fine if this doesn't work first time. It's quite a small thing to glue together. Okay, there we go. Oh, let's give it a bit more time to properly bond. No. That gap is a little too, maybe a little too big. Let me actually break this off here. Let's try that again. Let's try that again. It's very doable. Just because that didn't work first time doesn't mean that this is over, because I think we can definitely do this. Plastic weld is so useful. Definitely useful. Sometimes fiddly as a motherfucker. It depends on who put the kit together. There is a tabletop war game called Malifaux, the sculpts of which are quite pretty. But good God, are they the most fiddly pieces of shit that you have ever seen. Thin, tiny pieces. And expecting you to do some quite complex builds with them too. Yes, I have a Malifaux kit and I've built like some of the pieces in it. Oh, there we go. Is that holding? That is holding. I'm just gonna... they are some really, really cool cyberpunk pieces that they did as like a special edition. And the like gluing together details, I've complained about this before, but I'll complain about it again because it's silly. One of the characters, you have to individually glue the sides of her feet together. Like the foot, like her left foot is split into a vertical left piece and right piece, and you need to glue those two together and then connect that to the ankle of her leg. That could have just been one piece. There is nothing about the build or the sculpt of that would make making this a single piece unreasonable to do. They just like doing really complicated sets. It's silly. It's really, really silly. But having built a gang of units for that has made me very used to this kind of like delicate kind of gluing. So you can see that the chain is now attached to the sword. And it's swinging a bit, which gives it a bit of motion. I quite like that. We already know that this character is walking forward in their pose. Let me turn it so you can kind of see them properly. Yeah! Yeah, that's looking sick in my opinion. Nice. Shall we get this attached to a base? And then we might be using a little bit of additional green stuff to fill in some gaps. And then we might... What are we doing for time? Oh, we have some time. We have some time. We might see what we can do about maybe painting. This arm is still really, really loose. We're gonna redo this arm as well. It seems that this arm is not playing ball. But it's fine. We've been doing pinning for the other pieces. We can pin this as well. Oop. So, well, it gives the rest of this time to dry while we go and work our way through the remainder. This is one of the first things that we attached, so I'm not surprised it's acting the fool now. Nothing could ever be so easy. But fortunately, this is a really large piece, and they're both pieces of soft resin, so being able to go and drill holes into them is easy peasy. Something new VLC. Yeah. We're gonna also drill into the shoulder a little bit. This is nice and soft, so getting in should not be a problem at all. I think we're making... Oh, yeah. It's slightly gluey. That's why it's not necessarily pulling out new. That is okay. Just kind of digging out the old glue and bits of plastic that I've been drilling out of the hole, but it means that it will sit the new... It should sit the new armature we put in there nice and easy. I'm very glad that I've learned how to pin things, otherwise this would have been much more annoying. How deep does that sit? That sits... Actually not that deep at all. Oh, no. No, that's enough to get that to sit in there. Okay. All right. We can put these plastic glues away. We're very nearly done, at least in terms of basic sculpt. Painting this is probably going painting this is probably going to have to be a different time. I would love to have painted it this stream. But to be honest, what we've achieved today is still good. Okay. And we're going to go and put that in there. Give that a hot second to sit properly. I'm going to use that to kind of get a little bit of extra depth without trying to drill through to the other side of this, because that'd be quite easy to do if I'm careless. Let's close you up. Let's not leave you wandering around. There we go. Hazardous job mini-making. So many ways to poison yourself. Oh gosh, you've become very squeaky. Who knew that this pin voice needed or benefited from WD-40? Okay. I'm working a little faster while I'm cognizant of how much time we're rolling. We want to cut shorter than maybe we intend. Yeah. Oh. Okay, there we go. Solid amount of glue. Put this back. Get the arm. Oh, please. Or did I drill that in a bad place? Yeah, that's maybe drilled a little too low. Okay, well. We still have time. I still can fix that. Cheap is a fuck way of fixing it, but it's soft resin, so it's not too difficult to make that hole wider. Okay. Does that fit better? Oh, I don't know. I don't know if that necessarily fits better. Okay. Okay. All right. Making it fit. It's like, this could be difficult. No, no, no. We're gonna make it work. There we go. Right. It's sitting up a little higher than it did before. Let me... That feels better. Okay, okay. Yeah, there's a gap at the base of the helmet that we need to go fill. But otherwise, we have a guy. Yeah. Let's put a base on it. Because I do have a base prepared already. It's this one. Kind of like a cracked wastelandy kind of base. And let's see. Finding where I'd want them to stand. Oh, has there the positioning of this is not great still. Finding a thing I was kind of like wary of was where the one leg was sitting up higher than the other, and it still is annoyingly. And there's a degree of like getting it to stand on scenery slightly. That's always an option as well. Let's see if I've got another base with some more uneven ground that I can work with. Because I have a little, I keep a little box that I put all my bases in. Let's move these to the side. And we have this one with a jerry can. Oh yeah, that's not bad. Standing on top of the can to kind of hide the difference in height on the foot. That might be a way of cheating that, actually. That works quite well. See what I mean? Walking across the busted up wasteland in Killer Heels is a strong move, a strong endeavor. Okay, right. And I thought I was more careful about getting them to sit evenly, but I guess not. I guess not. Oh well. Okay, so that is the positioning that I want. We want to... This is usually going to end up being a mixture of super glue and the long-lasting glue. Let's see, where do I want to... Finding the adhesion points is also a thing. Right. So we want... Where is all-purpose glue? All-purpose glue is here. Okay. Is that enough? I think that's enough. Put this back. And then on the other shoe, in the super glue, we are getting the heel. Please. A lot of glue in the heel, and then this edge of that shoe. Okay. Wiggling it so we can get the heel and the... Yeah, that might be it. Is that going to stay? Is the other important question. Oh, here we go. Okay. That seems fine. Just now thinking of the ways that I can add additional attachment points sensibly. I mean, holding my finger down for a while will help the glue to kind of do its work and start setting in all the right places. In all the right places. But I can get a little bit of additional adhesion by gluing it to the base directly. All we want is a strong attachment in the first instance. There we go, it's already freestanding. And then after it has the quick attachment, then we can let the cleared glue do its work to actually hold in place properly. Oh, okay. Right. So yes, we have our guy. There is, as I say, still some work to do at the back to unify. You silent, please. Thank you. To get it to sit perfectly, I want that gap to go away underneath the helmet. I want that to be flush. So, actually, shall we experiment with a little bit of green stuff now, and then kind of start calling that a stream and prepare to head over to somebody else? I think that's like a sensible last step that we can do. Right. So let's get the Milliput out. Technically, I'm going to need some. Well, I don't necessarily need some water. I can do it without. This was something that I wanted to do the spikes as well. Shall we maybe like think about where the spikes can go on this mini? As well, that might be a thing. Maybe there are like spikes down the back, like spines. Maybe there's one that kind of emerges directly from the chest. That'd be cool. One directly emerging from the chest, and then a bunch of smaller ones that go down the back. Oh, well, we need to glue those in then. Okay, right, so. In that case, we might as well finish things up properly. What are you doing for time? So, Milliput. I don't know whether Rook is still around, but Milliput, he asked how that works. So you take a teeny tiny little bit. Is there one that might make use of the gap on the left side of the hood, maybe avoid the green stuff? This is true. Because I was initially avoiding the green stuff because I wanted to try and paint it today. But I don't think that's going to be a thing. So I'm happy to use the green stuff to fill in a gap and then let it actually cure and attempt it properly. As sticking. Because I guess part of this is that it's supposed to be kind of like maybe wild and chaotic how it's exploding out of a person. But also I'm like, if it's symmetrical and is sitting nicely, I would like that more. It's fine. We're only using a very small amount of Milliput, so we can activate some putty now, and then if we end up not using it, we end up not using it. Yeah, no, we need both of those. Again, I find it very difficult to do the kind of like, yes, I am gross and filthy by design. You know, I find that kind of aesthetic not my own kind of jam. So the idea of it being chaotically embedded in something, so like, but it could be symmetrical. I have a good aesthetic. Let's put it that way. I appreciate that you like my aesthetic sense. It does mean that even like body horror things are oh so slightly pretty. I do enjoy doing that kind of thing. You know, it can be scary and pretty in equal measures. Ugh. Messaged. Okay. Yeah. Hauntingly beautiful body horror is a whole thing. Yeah. I mean, this character, especially since we now have given them like a little Kingdom Hearts style keychain, definitely looks like some kind of extra boss gonna be showing up in Kingdom Hearts 4. We have the same mind there. Ah, yeah. I mean, I really like your aesthetic, Civ. Bijou from Forgotten Indigo is one of my favorite character designs on that show. Just like Crystal growing out the majority of their faces, and then that being also like a decorative property, but also just a natural thing that is part of them. It was very, very cool. Really peaked with Tilly. Yeah. Finding the right amount. We need maybe less. We're just getting, so we mix the two together to make this kind of off green gray, and we're just gonna kind of like smush that into the space. I do actually have a sculpting tool, please. Okay. Handy that I can kind of use to help push into gaps and the like to make that sit a little better. Oh. If it's not perfect, it's fine, because we can go back in with the file once it's dry and give it a smooth finish. Yes, I was wondering whether you were going to be streaming today. I've been keeping an eye on the time so I can pass things over to you once you are up and going. But we've realized there's additional things to do, so you have time to go set yourself up. Just gonna use a wet finger. Just help fill that space nicely. Yeah, there we go. We've now filled in that gap in the back, and we've also angled the putty a little bit, so it kind of swoops inwards. Let's move that a little closer. So it swoops inwards to give it the impression of it being a hoodie, more than just a hard piece of plastic / metal. Okay, so we've got that going. Now let's think about how we are going to give this dude spikes. I really want one just to erupt straight out of the chest. I think that would be really cool. We have a nice long icicle here. Just kind of like emerging from the chest like that, like their heart exploded into crystal. And actually maybe seeing if I can angle it so it almost comes out the other side as well. Yeah, that would be cool. Okay. So it's thinking about the best way to get that to sit on the body properly. This might actually be something that I can use the remainder of the green stuff, the milliput, for, so it has something to sit in. A couple of the people who watch this channel also watch both Stabbiness and Surprise Round RPG. We've had Suka Cube on some of our like Pokemon streams recently, and they're a big fan of Forgotten Indigo. Kind of talking about how I'm quite behind, or at least it's such a good show, and finding the time to go watch 5 hours worth of stream content can sometimes be a little difficult. But it's so good. It's like, oh no, you got to go and try and find the time anyway, right? Yeah, okay. Oh no, I lost it. I dropped the icicle and now it's gone. Okay, it's here. It's definitely, I've found Forgotten Indigo to be one of the, well, most well produced. I'm always really impressed by shows, like streamed shows of actual plays that can use resources like Roll20 to the fullest. Yes, you get to go and create your little lore mines. Indeed, indeed. There is so much lore that you can use with that Forgotten Indigo kind of has both on and off camera. I guess it's a way of, it's really interesting how people interact with like using tabletop RPGs as also a vehicle for like OCs and OC lore is really interesting to me, because I don't really do too much in terms of the realm of like OC lore canon and things like that in my games much, but I always have the utmost love and respect for those who do that kind of thing on their for their games and characters and streams and stuff. I always find that really cool, how it's the ability to go and explore that kind of thing separately. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, I see. Right. So we might need to be doing a little bit of that does sort of work. So we're kind of we've got it roughly set at the moment, so it's sticking out of his chest, but it's kind of like, oh, is that too busy? Is that interrupting the where the pad is sitting? Because obviously it would obscure the view of the pad if he was looking at it. Is it like, does it sit a little lower down? Is it yeah, maybe it's sitting a little lower down. That might be what that needs what needs to happen there. Okay. Okay. In that case, what we're going to go and do is we're just going to use a dot of super glue here. Where did I put? There it is. Doing a little. I could actually hold on. We can use the big drill bit to actually set the space for the icicle. I think that's probably just going to be the important thing to do. If we want to do this properly, we have to do it properly or not at all. There we go. So it sits around here. Oh, there's actually a bit of a flash that is stuck to this keyboard. Let's remove that. Okay. Ah, what a jam. doesn't need to go deep. It just needs an indent. For this thing to stick into properly. Okay. And this is angled so that it sticks up like that. Okay. Right, okay. So I need to carve out a little bit more in there. That's fine. This might be another time for me to start using the mask again. We're almost there. The noodling phase near the end is always like, oh, I'm so nearly done, but also I can't get sloppy here. Not when we're so close to finishing. Turn this up on this a little bit. I don't want to damage the face. Not the face! Continuing to experiment. Okay. Is it this way around? It's that way around. And there's enough space in between. Okay. Alright, I think I have it. Okay, nice. So we have... Get this angle for you. This icicle juddering out of his chest now. And it's just a matter of kind of angling one so we can see it come out the other side. And then I think we have it. Finding one sits like that. This one. Just making sure that there is a... Actually, you can, because it's resin, put the edges a little bit on each side and make a kind of angle for this to sit more like a point. There we go. So I want it to kind of sit there, and the small of his back there. We need to drill that hole reasonably deep. Okay. Thinking time, sorry. Give me a sec. Okay. Actually, we can just use a pen. So I'm drilling into this anyway. Is this going to actually mark the miniature? Not really. Okay, there we go. Gosh, there's going to be a lot to clean up when I'm done with the stream today. Gosh. Okay. And we're angling it up this way like it is directly in line with the spike. Slightly to the right, but that's not the end of the world. I can always... Yeah, that is kind of notably to the right. Oh. But actually, I need to open it up a lot more anyway to fit the thing, so... Alright. Let's get... Ugh. Craft knife out. Start carving. A little roughshod, but we do actually have additional putty remaining. So we can... Oh, where did I drop that? I dropped that here. We can still use the putty to fill in the gap. Last bit of fussy dry fitting. Ever just drilled into somebody's back with a pin vise? You know, just casual Saturday things. Oh my gosh. Okay. We continue to see if this then fits. think it can. I think it can. It just sits a little to the left, to the right of where I want it. Drill too deep into it either. It's just the matter of getting it to sit. Sorry. Not speaking because I'm in concentrating mode, but we are almost there, I promise you. Okay. Icicle. Icicle sitting here. Let's do that in my other hand so I can see how it sits on this side. I mean, it fits. Just making sure that the angle is correct. Yeah. Okay. All right. I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna just be wild, be cool, and be groovy. Okay. Got that. We are using this angle. Set in there. Getting these to sit like it's a straight line. Look at that. Like they've been run through. Poor guy got speared and kept going. Yep. You know, when you are all about trying to dismantle the powers that be, you can't just let a manifestation of malicious nanotechnology stop you. You just got to keep going. I'm going to see when I paint this, I want to get this in the kind of like glowing blue. Most of this is going to be in kind of like a really desaturated, almost, yeah, a desaturated gradient of like black to like orange, like pale desaturated orange. And then having certain accents in like neon blue. So the spike, the hourglass, the computer screen, maybe the wires on the speakers at the back of the head. So going on a really, really high contrast black to kind of like pale desaturated orange and then with the blue. That kind of, in my head, it sounds sick. In my head, it sounds super dope, but we'll see how this actually manifests on the other side. But I think that's good. I think we have a miniature. All right. I might do some additional kind of like icicles and crystals dripping like on the base or like dripping from other parts of him somewhere. But yeah, I think we can call that like done. I think we can call that made. Thank you, everybody who stuck with me for the stream. I know it took a really long... When it comes to things like this, you're like, oh my God, this is taking so long. Everybody's going to be really bored of watching me put this together by the time that we actually get there. So I really appreciate everybody who's just been vibing with me while we've been working. I hope you've all had the opportunity to, I always like getting crafty projects done while watching other people make things. So if that's how you've been spending your afternoon, God bless, you've been doing it right. Let me go back to this. Right, yes. We have a fella. The fella is made. Killer heels, killer sword, possibly recently been killed. Excellent. Yes. Okay. What's going to be going on the channel coming up as we prepare to go and raid friend of the show, Come and Go Tavern? We will be back as normal on Tuesday, doing more bait and kaitos. Then we will be on Thursday playing more Pokemon Black and White, Soul Link Nuzlocke, a mouthful. But yeah. Next week is a pretty standard week. Oh yes, the winner of the impromptu rave.dj song making contest. The prize for that was letting the winners, plural in this case, decide a theme of a drawing stream that we will set aside coming up. So I will have to set aside some stream time for that next week as well. I guess if you want to go and see what is properly coming up on the channel, you're gonna have to follow me on Twitter. You see down there, Phantom Arts Ent, Phantom Arts ENT, where I will be posting a schedule of Wagwan probably next Monday. But for now, let's get that raid going to Come and Go Tavern, who is playing Wintermoor Tactics Club. That raid is ready to go. Okay, I have been your androgynous android game show host from the future, Nathan Blades. This has been the Neon Caster Twitch channel, and I will see you all next time. Thank you and goodbye.